Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. Not totally was on the wrong screen. Totally didn't press the wrong screen. Problem with that. Should just stick with this one from now on, shouldn't I? Even for games. That way you'll never get confused. But yeah. Building chat time. We're gonna continue the X-Wing we started almost 2 weeks ago now? Yeah. Where we got the actual X-Wings done. So we have an X-Wing, but we don't have a Starfighter. But I love that so much. The X-Wing is forever one of the greatest Starfighter designs of all time. And I love it. So we will eventually either have to use all these stickers, or the water slides. There's come with those as well. Yeah, stickers or water slides, or we paint it. And I think I'm in favor of painting, at least most of it. I think things like that on the guns, like little tiny bits, definitely that would be have to be like water slides. Maybe the markings as well. I'll cross the bridge when I get there. But for now, we go up to step 4, where we put this together, yeah. But now we're on to step 5, which is the interior. Like the cockpit, seat, and everything. And then step 6 is way up here, confusing, where you sandwich the upper and lower halves of the body. That'll be fun. I think we'll make good progress. I mean, considering we did this, it's actually not too bad. Get on the right channel. Yeah, on the same wave. Right. Don't remember that. Don't recall that tune. All right, what do we need? We need the bee runner first of all. I don't remember what I got up. What have we got up to since the last? That's also the last time we did a build chat was on the Origin Gundam, which is also been very fun. It's also still stuck onto the neck of Metal Gear Rex right now, because that was funny. Picture of that should be on Twitter. I think Discord as well. One of those funny moments of like, I could do that, and then I did. Because the lulz. Right, bee runner. Here we go. This big section here. Like I didn't have to check the numbers, like I know because it's the only part that looks like that. There's number... What number is that? B18? Yes. Got that there. Also a little slot for astromech like R2. I'm pretty sure I can remember what runner's on. But it comes with like an R2 head or like an R4 style. Oh, there's an R4 one there. I think R2 is on a different runner. Perhaps. Maybe. Also, we still have that one little exhaust left over because apparently in other types, that's one little exhaust here. The upper one here is shorter on other X-Wings. And it says, okay, this is a red 5, that one for everything else. I'm like, you know what? I'll eventually buy multiple of this kit. And paint it to different versions. And then maybe just one of them might put all the shorter afterburner exhaust. What I'd do. Right, I need the chair. Number 15. Oh. Well, I need something else as well. I do the chairs number 12. Number 15 is the part in front of it. Or behind it, rather. Targeting computer. Honestly, painting the inside of the cockpit would actually be probably really, really fun. This is the sort of project that once I finish building it, it might get just put aside for a while. And then we come back to paint it later. Because I've got a plan to be able to get my airbrush operational again. There's in space for it. There'll be multiple steps of clearing one area, then clearing another area, and clearing another area, and then set things up. One step at a time. Okay, number 19. Oh, that's the place. That's the joystick, the flight stick. Ah, I thought it was part of the landing gear for a second. It's going to be that big. I guess it's 1/72nd scale then. Used to like 1/44th and 1/100th. That's the sort of thing that makes me excited to actually build a perfect grid. This is 1/60th. So that's a lot of cool stuff. Alright, we'll focus on this interior parts first. Rotate that runner around. It fits the box. There we go. Right, first things first. This. Oh, I've got my nub jar. There it is. The jar for the nubs. Keep things relatively tidy. Funny how I'm bouncing between my kits right now, rather than just focusing on one, which I normally do. Normally I'll take like spend 3-4 weeks working on one kit and then move on to the next thing. Recently I kind of been bouncing between things. I mean, we mostly I took a break from Rex originally to work on the Freedom. And then I thought I'll start the Origin for the 40th anniversary. And then Star Wars Day came out and I was like, oh, I want to do this as well. At least we finished the Freedom. And Rex is about half built. But Rex is big. So that's understandable. A nice seat. I think at some point, yeah, it actually says like using decals here for like on the control panels, which I probably won't do the now because I do want to paint this. Because you can't have an X-Wing be clean looking, right? Yeah, you need to have it dirty. So I want to get all the right colors and stuff. I think where this nub was in this. Make sure I cut things off without damaging anything. I genuinely can't tell if there's a nub on top of it or not. I think this both detail. I need a magnifier, seriously. I should get a magnifier. I meant to have that on top. Where did I have another nub then? I don't remember. There's one in the base. Hang on, where's the runner? It was number 19, right? Let's see, how was it on here? Oh, it turns out Friday. Not realized. Okay. Very gentle sanding at the top of this, just to make sure. It is definitely difficult to see. Hey, Dr. Enemy, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Hydrate, I'll hydrate in 1 second. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to make a alert for that. Stop that. I was looking at my alerts earlier and like, what do I need to do? I'm well hydrated. Especially as we get into the warmer weather, hydration is very, very important. I think it's like 20 Celsius here right now. What? Which, in the grand scheme of things, is probably not that hot. But hot for me. So I can hear someone blaring music in the distance because I have a window open. Which is kind of impressive considering I have my headset on. And I can tell what song it is. I think as soon as the sun's out, people are outside in the gardens. Music, barbecues. It doesn't smell like barbecue yet though. For me? Nah, I'm staying indoors. The sun, it burns. You know, I need to probably look at reference photos for like the cockpit when I'm painting. Because I want to get it all right. I mean, I probably will use like water slides and stuff for certain things. There's a lot of physical, like, I can feel like the buttons are like physically there. is the bit that goes behind the seat, which I know there's going to be like light, would be lights and stuff on there for the larger one. Where are the nubs in this part? Oh, they're in there. But no, once I've built this, I definitely want to build my TIE Fighter I've got. Of course, that requires me organizing things to get access to it, because it's currently in a box. In another room with a bunch of stuff on top of it. So, yay. But this summer will be a good time to get things cleared out. I know we always say spring cleaning, but summer's just good. If only I got summer holidays. Ugh. I think I miss from education days. Even at university stuff. Go get summer holidays. The nubs on this part are a little more noticeable, but these parts will probably be hidden anyway, so it's fine. Part of the structure underneath. There's one either side and the end, yeah. Right, and this is going in order. So, back of the cockpit first. That slides in there. Wonderful internal area. Then, next up's the seat. There's 2 tabs on the floor. Attention 2. Which luckily the tabs are visible, so I could push that out on the other side later for potential painting. Oh, who's this? Can I help me push it in there? But yes, there we go. And then light stick has that, yeah, pointing outwards. So it's just like a trigger mechanism. Well, luckily it's also only one shape on the bottom. That's good. It also has a pull little port underneath, so I can push it out easily. I really appreciate when they do things like that, where like the port that it plugs into is visible from the other side, so you can kind of push through. If you get it back out, if you want to paint it later. Right, and then now it does say number 45. Just look at what it's pointing to. Like these panels here and here, right? Are what would go on here and here. But this is not flat. And putting a sticker on a non-flat surface is not going to end particularly well. So I may end up trying to paint that. Or use a water slide. Again, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I mean, technically the bridge is here right now because it's telling me to do it. But I'm not going to. I'm going to get it later. I'm going to build the whole thing first. And decide which things I want to use. Alright, I need numbers 20, 25, 26. Oh, number 20 is the red part. Must leave out some of the hull is the actual red plastic. I have 26 in here. This is number 26. And number 25. I'll place that area there. Alright, this part goes this big here. Right, this part goes, I think, goes right to here. Yeah. I can feel like he's starting to build up. I've got the window open, so letting in air. I could turn on the fan, but like when I'm building. Oh, I dropped that. I did, but not too far. It's like doing building streams, having the fan on is like it's gonna be blowing directly at me. I think I mentioned this the other day when I had the fan on. Not on stream, but just in general. Normally I have fan set so it does the wavy thing. It's not just pointing directly at me constantly. That way you don't get a wind chill. It kind of directs some of the cool air because it's next to the window, it pulls air in. It makes the room cooler overall, in theory. But when it was doing the back and forth thing, every time it went pointed towards the shelf where my gunpla is, you just saw the strike, the Master Grid strike, which is up on its action base, which is like attached right at the back of the hips, back of the lower back. And you just saw it as soon as it went across, it just went whoa, 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 whoa. I was like, no, I don't like that. I don't know how small that peg is. I don't like that wobbling like that. This a peg into a polycap. It's totally fine, but if it's gonna be wobbling like that constantly, it might, loosen it over time. It's like, you know what? Let's not have that pointing towards there. Yeah, this little red bit. Because it actually has the stripe on the nose as the correct color plastic. Now, if only, I mean, it's probably far more difficult to do it on the wings without having massive panel seam lanes. But just looking at the back of the X-Wing right now, the wings, I'm surprised there's no more color separation like on the engine stuff. Like, I'm surprised like this isn't just like a slightly darker gray. Seems like the engine's on the underside, inside the wings. I would have made that like on a different runner and have it be slightly darker, just for some like variety. Now, which orientation is this? Because it's hard to kind of see. I think the tab's towards the front, right? All right. Yeah, there's a gap. Okay. Don't know why I have a gap. I guess maybe And when I slot on like the upper body. Yeah, like here, like yeah, I can see there's the gap on that piece that gets attached there. Okay. Like giving a place for the upper part to lock into. That makes some sense. Right, A runner, we're doing the rest of the stripe. I think. 29 and 21. Let's go some of the white part. Never mind. Not all the stripes, all the center line though. $29, $21, the red part. I heard the click, I'm not sure. You know, like I bumped the runner off my arm and like something fall off of it. I hope not. I don't think anything did. 19 and 31. Okay. Interesting that they color separated these red parts. Interesting. It's like the main body parts though is like so sleek and sexy. Interesting though, because I do know that part there is yellow. Top of the nose, I think. Or yellowy goldy color. I think. Oh yeah, that's the landing gear hatch or base. I think that's the actual hatch to go over it. I love like looking and seeing what I can identify the parts are. Just by looking at it, you know. Like, I'm pretty sure I can tell that's like the inside of the cockpit. Like the front section of it, I think. Focus on this side first. Yeah. I drop a piece, I'm like, ooh, go drop it. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna try and get this part as smooth as I can because I'm pretty sure this part I think it is. No, I think all part was on top of it. It's fine. It should be fine. I'm starting to think maybe this is where the cockpit was, and you'd want to be that perfect. Another part was on top. It's fine. It'll hide in that mark. Up and down. Up and down. Bum. And that part should be good to go. Goes on this place here. Okay. That is close to the cockpit, but not quite. The upper shell still goes on top of that. This part goes on to... I was like, where's the rest of it clicked to? Great question. It just goes on here and there's a massive gap at the front. Huh. Yeah, just have a gap. Okay, that's weird. Something else that attaches there later, perhaps? I don't know. This goes on to here. See, that's the ones that land to both parts. So there's a little bit of red there and then red there. whereas the red on this side starts here. I mean, this will be red 5, but it would be nice to have like all the red squadron, or at least the first 6, because I think red squadron actually 12 X-Wings altogether. Or, you know, just have the main, have Luke, Wedge, and Biggs. Once those 3 flew together in the trench. For Biggs. Okay. I'm surprised there's nothing between these parts. It's kind of weird. It's definitely got like slots in them, as if something would go between them. But oh, strange. That's part 5. So then we got here for part number 6. I need the lower shell. Like, there's nub up here, in between 2 pegs. Why would you do that? light. Finally, we need done here. Make sure this is smooth. No obvious chip. Let's get a strange instruction manual how it's like going along like this, but then it jumps up for like big objectives here, and then comes back down again. It's like, why not just do it? Like a complete manual, but okay. Here's what it is. Right, we need to do this part. We need to have this slot into here. There's two little pegs to line up the back there. And it just cradles the wings. And then this part, the interior, I need to line up the big peg here. Yep, line up there. And the pegs at the top of that as well. Yeah, I forget there's that light lit there. It's not just smooth, it actually has a slight. Ah, there's a detail I've forgotten before. I like, yeah, the front's there, but like there's a small lip on the bottom. It's not like a hard angle. Those are little neat details you don't necessarily notice until you build an actual kit. Hey V! Just do it. Build the X-Wing, they said. Oh, AJ said. How you doing, V? Yeah, just building an X-Wing, it's fine. Maybe we're ready to take on the Empire. But it's looking good so far. I mean, they did the whole the wings last time. Little joystick in there. And the individual buttons and that on the control panel. Well, thank you so much for dropping Envy. It's much appreciated. Right. Where are we now? Really try where my stuff's not covering it. Okay, put that there. Move my stuff over here. Keep my things color coded because OCD. Alright, now we're down to here. Number 7. It's got, I mean, it's 1/72nd scale, so it's got lots of detail. I mean, it actually has stickers and water slides. You have stickers, which this bit and this bit are meant to go in these panels inside here. But I'm like, the sticker on a very uneven surface, I'm not going to do it. But there is water slides as well. Comes with both. Which is nice. If only Bandai did it on all their kits, or at least the master grades, gave you both stickers and water slides. Instead, the water slides are optional extras you have to pay extra for. And there's like, apply stickers first. No. I will paint it later. Find the A runner for number 16. Where is it? Here we go. There. And then B runner, there you are. The B runner has the pilot. Little dude. 172nd dude. And compare that to, where is he? The 172nd scale Luke Skywalker versus 1/100 scale Mulaflaga. Noticeable difference in scale. Fall over. There you go. Or suppose technically it could be any pilot because when they've got their uniforms on, they pretty much look identical. But it's Red 5, we know his look. The gate on that is kind of large and it's on the leg. I don't like that. There's like always parts where it cuts off really nicely, and there's other parts you're just like, why is the gate so large? Why'd you do this? The Bandai Star Wars kits are really, really great. I've only built like the 144 things before, like this TIE Fighter, which I've never got around to painting. It just sits on my desk. I do have a partially painted X-Wing though. They're like 177, 1/100th. So this is the scale of the Gundam, a high grid. Put a nub on the head ridge. Wait, head ridge? What is he, Klingon? More like a head crest, I guess, for the helmet. For Wallet Kit 2 versus the Lego. That is also true, yeah. Because this is only like 50? I think it was about 50. It's similar to a Master Grade in price. Similar-ish. I know the prices can vary because I know like the A-Wing I've seen for like 45, I think. And the X-Wing I've seen about the 50-ish mark. Same with the Y-Wing. The B-Wing I've seen like a 70, 80 mark. I think because that's probably more complicated. So I love their little vehicle model ones that are this size. Because this is a tenner. And it also came with the TIE Advance. So those two came as a £10 set. Roughly. So like they're really, really great. They're certainly better value for money than say Rebels kits. Even though Rebel have the distribution rights, so Rebel have to distribute this around Europe. Like a Rebel X-Wing of the same scale would be a similar-ish price, but not the same quality. I suppose Rebels are... No, actually, Rebels are slightly cheaper, I think. I don't know, I haven't really looked recently. For a second there, I thought the music stopped. I was like, wait a minute, where'd it go? The pilot's going to be fun to paint. And probably slightly easier than the 1/100th I've done previously. Hey, Rusty, how's it going? Things are good. Nice chill day. Got my X-Wing build going. Pretty good day. Because there's actually stickers and water slides to the Rebel logo on the helmet. It looks like there's one for the visor as well. I like it actually comes with 3 stickers for the orange tinted goggles. They look more flash tone. And then it comes with like the ones on the side. So wait, how many is on the side here? You've got like 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 10 of the Rebel logos for the helmet. They give you plenty of spares. That one. What is that? 48 for the top of the head crest. Yeah, you actually got the top of the head crest, like the marking on it. That's really cool. I'm gonna save those, like the water slides for when I paint them. You could hear just tired working away from home. Ah, fun. Working away from home has pros and cons. Right, we're in first. I'll always take these guys out later. He looks so chill in there, just chilling. Chilling like a villain. He knows a hero. Or he's a villain. He did blow up a Death Star with like 1 million people on board. Like local farm boys, radicalized by ancient religion, conducts strike upon government's battle station. Like, wait a minute. You sort of phrase it like that, and it comes from very different. All this detail on here, like the center console. And this is a part might be more difficult to get at later. I can totally get that back out. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I just think it's the power separator under it. So we'll be fine later. That's a nice little cockpit right there. And also I don't have the detail on it. That pretty much locks him in place. He's not budging now. Not to worry, he's still flying half a ship. What's next? These parts in an upper shell. Sweet. Okay. All aid runner stuff? Okay. We need number 24 and 23, which are the torpedo port. Well, the proton torpedo. Also number 11 for the little sensor array. Nice little touch, you don't kind of be hidden. I think it's one of those little bits of detail that'd be fun to paint, even though you're not going to cover it with a nose cone. Force you to have it some panels off and make it like an under maintenance, perhaps. I also need the main shell. So I definitely want to get the Y-Wing as well. This kit has already been awesome. And the Y-Wing, I love the Y-Wing. I love its very plucky, very, you know, unfinished looking design. I loved how they kind of retconned it with the Clone Wars. To kind of, or rather reinforce the fact that it is an old starship from the Clone War era. That has just been like repurposed, and that's why it's so all its parts are exposed, because they don't have the armor and it's breaking down all the time, so they need access to its internals constantly. And the fact that the Y-Wing originally is a two-seater, but then by the time you get to the Galactic Civil War, it's a single-seater, and it's like, oh, that's so, like, convert things. Also like the episode of Rebels where they actually have to capture them. Pretty good episode. Steal some of the ones that are getting decommissioned and like, yep, these Y-Wings are ours now. Yonk. That's what makes Rebels pretty great, I think. It's just like seeing those little... the build-up of the forces of the rebellion over time. And the thought there of the rebellion building up slowly over time with technology, right? And equipment. What if you had an XCOM style game, but it was you building up the Rebel Alliance? Or at least a sale of it. I know there is Star Wars conversion mods for XCOM, so certainly doable. I should play XCOM on stream at some point. Actually, technically I did once. Or twice. When I was still testing things out. Seems like I want to play Empire War as well. Because I freaking love Empire War. I don't think there's a single Star Wars game where I've disliked it. I just love Star Wars that much. Like even the Star Wars that was kind of a bit meh, I still enjoy it. Like, I can see the critiques and where they could have improved things. Doesn't take away with enjoyment. Unfortunately, that's the problem with some parts of the fan base. They get so enraged about their imperfections that they kind of miss the overall thing that's there. Same for like lots of different franchises, like Gundam Seed. There's another great example, especially like Seed Destiny. Like, it had so many good thematics, like themes, and like there's a pretty good story there. It had its flaws, which of course distracted a lot of people from it. Could have been told a little bit better, perhaps. But the themes were there, and the themes were solid. And there's also something I was talking to my friend at work yesterday, where I was talking about Star Wars a bit. And like, I lost my train of thought there. Like how things like Kenobi could have done something slightly better. Not that it was bad. Like there's some episodes that are freaking amazing, but there's like little bits where like, especially towards the end, where like, oh, Reva goes from being jabbed by a lightsaber and barely alive to, oh, she's suddenly on Tatooine trying to hunt down Luke. You could have left that or finding out about Luke as a tease for a second season. And the timing would have worked out so much better. I feel like that's something where there's probably executive interference there. Like saying, no, you're only allowed one season. They couldn't have a plot hook for a second one. So they had to kind of wrap it up super quickly. Or maybe, you know, it looks like, no, you're only allowed so many episodes. It's like, oh, well, we're going to have to cram this together a little bit more messily. It's like the ending of Kenobi after the like Obi-Wan Vader fight, like everything else after that, it just felt so rushed. Like that's something that should have been a completely separate episode. or even a plot hook for a second season. Or there's another thing I was like thinking about earlier. Me and my friend were talking at work about how, you know, like Andor, freaking amazing, but then so's Ahsoka, and they're like they're like the complete opposite in terms of style. I think that's the best part of Star Wars. It could be both. You could have that gritty realism of how horrifying living under the Empire is, and then you can have the wacky space fantasy as Ahsoka. Kind of thing. And I think that's the best part about Star Wars. It can be both. And always has been. I think Andor Season 2, that's probably next year? I think they finished filming. I also got delayed because of the strikes and stuff. Like production. We do have the Acolyte coming on the 4th of June. So that should be interesting. I know some people are like already not like too keen about it, and I'm like, yeah, it's a High Republic area, which we've not really seen much of. You know, there's books and comics about it, but let's be honest, 90% of the fan base don't read the books or comics. Okay, maybe not that high, but like 70%. Be more modest about it. I've not read them. Don't really read. Like, why read when I could be doing Build Modkit stuff? I need to start reading though. I think there's plenty of Star Wars novels I could read to kind of keep me occupied. Like the Thrawn novels, like the new ones, obviously they tie into canon. But the classic ones, like Legends ones, would be good too. Oh, actually, thinking of Thrawn and new canon, Shadows. Oh no, Shadows of the Empire. What is it? Shadows of the Empire. That's a completely different thing already. Tales of the Empire, the series of shorts that we got on May 4th. I did watch all of it, and I have very mixed feelings about it. Like, I like what I saw, but well, when it came to Morgan Elsbeth, I like what I saw. Barriss Offee, can get to that in a second. But for Morgan Elsbeth, like, they gave her 3 episodes, and there were 3 good episodes. I think. Well, third one's maybe kind of meh. But like the first one, you know, her surviving the massacre in Dathomir from General Grievous, that was a good story. And like the immediate aftermath of it, that was cool. But then the next episode is like, oh, suddenly she's the magistrate of Corvus already, and then designer of the Time Scepter and stuff. And like, that's a hell of a time jump. There should have been one other episode in between those two to show how she went from Dathomir to becoming the magistrate of that planet. I think that would have been a much better way of doing it. Because it would have, like, I think it's the biggest chapter of her story that they just skipped over. Like, yeah, you want to have her meet Thrawn and stuff. And that was a really interesting way of doing it. It's like, yeah, Thrawn's looking for like-minded individuals who aren't just greedy Imperials, but actually care about what the Empire stands for. Well, to some degree. Want the power. I think we should have had an episode of her in between years. And the third episode is just like, hey, it's a setup for the Mando Season 2 episode Jedi. That's literally what it is. It's just a setup for the episode. And honestly, it's kind of a meh episode. Not the Jedi. The episode where we introduced the live action Ahsoka. That's an amazing episode. But the episode of Tales of the Empire, kind of underwhelming. That episode. It was kind of cool to see how brutal she could be. But I think we really need to see the in-between. And because of the Barriss Offee stuff, like seeing her be given the chance after being obviously imprisoned back in the Clone Wars for her terrorist attack that she caused with the Jedi Order, and trying to frame Ahsoka for it. So having her like be offered the opportunity to become an Inquisitor, that first episode of hers, great. Then the following episode, seeing her as an Inquisitor working with the other sister, or I think her sister number is, it's one of her friends from the Jedi Order. Actually, there's something when it comes to sister numbers, like the Inquisitors, like, you know, the second sister, third sister, fourth brother, blah, blah, blah. I often forget which ones are which, in terms of the numbers. But that's one thing Tales of the Empire didn't seem to do. Barriss always tried to refer to her friend by her actual name, or as his sister. And then, was it Lynn? Yeah, it was the actual character. Just referred to Barriss as sister all the time, after she became an Inquisitor. She was never once addressed by a number. It was always just sister. Like, what's her number? We want to keep track of the Inquisitor numbers. Obviously, the number is more relevant to rank, I think. So she would have been a very high, like double-digit number. So seeing how quickly Barriss went from an Inquisitor to kind of, no, this is wrong, seemed kind of too rapid. I don't know. Considering everything Barriss did in the Clone Wars, like when she turned a man into a bomb to set an example against the Jedi Order, and then tried to play, and then framed Ahsoka for it. I don't know if she deserved a redemption arc. At least not so quickly, anyway. I suppose the redemption arc was more of a her seeing that while the Jedi she was disillusioned with, it caused her to take such drastic action. The Empire that came after was far worse. And it's like, oh. I would have liked to have seen her story maybe bump into Ahsoka as Inquisitor. I would have thought, I think everyone wanted that. To get Barriss as Inquisitor being confronted by Ahsoka. So her like last episode of her third episode of Tales of the Empire, she did send those refugee people off to an old friend. Like, she will help you. Like, she's talking about Ahsoka, I think. In which case, like, okay, there's a story there that we need to see. It's like, how did her and Ahsoka kind of bury the hatchet, as it were? versus the reason she left the Jedi Order. After she framed her and she put on trial. Yeah, Ahsoka's very forgiving, so. I think it's like Tales of the Empire compared to Tales of the Jedi was kind of underwhelming. Because, I think because it's newer characters, or like characters that aren't as fleshed out. So it came into the more point of like, hey, these are nice snippets of their life, but we need more of it because there's so many blanks to fill in. Whereas like Tales of the Jedi was, you know, that was about Dooku and Ahsoka, and like those characters are already well established. You get enough of Dooku's like. Though that being said, even with Tales of the Jedi, I think it would have been nice to have an episode of Dooku when he met Sidious. I know there's a whole book about it, of which I don't know what happens based on. I could just go read the damn book. Yeah, for like Ahsoka's final episode. Again, I think they changed slightly. There's a lot there. A lot to kind of delve into. Okay, go like that. I need to make sure to line this all up because this is a rather large piece. Good. Getting those past engine kills are a bit difficult. Okay, I'll be honest, that's going to be a part that's going to be difficult to get out later. Potentially. I may have screwed myself for painting this later. Getting that cockpit out now is going to be very difficult. Even like that's damn, does it look good. I'm loving this. I honestly think it would be nice if the pilot was on like a tiny piece of the runner that was just orange. They could just paint his helmet and head, you'd be done. Pretty much. Like have the main color be that of his flight suit. I guess that would have required more color separation on a runner for like one piece. Would have added expense for no reason. So yeah, I get that. The more colors you have, the more machines you have to probably use. Right, we are now down here. Yes, you can use the frame of the cockpit, or you can use the glass one, or clear one. Right, we need these front panels. That's on one side, that's the other side. Okay. Let's pop this back this direction again. Down here. Right. Mostly all the A-runner right now. So, 30 and 33. Number 30. And 33, the little red bit near the end. There, 2 and 18. Or the opposite side. could use the clear canopy like this, or you can use
Hello
the
there.
actual one that's clear. Hey, Mecha Boy! General Mecha Boy. You can use the clear. I probably will use the clear because I want to paint on the frame. And you got the clear frame. You just want a frame. Which technically, the filming model had no glass in it. Technically speaking. But I'm going to use the clear frame. That's the wrong zipper. Off your neck. How you doing, Mecha Boy? How's the build going? Build's going good. Making progress on the main body. Also, we did the wings last time, so we've done all this center section now. It goes to well. This kit goes together so well. I do know, like I wanted to kind of paint it, but I probably caused myself a problem now because now that I've closed this shell over, getting the cockpit stuff out is going to be difficult. So there's that. So I'll have to like take up the entire upper shell to get into the cockpit, disassemble it. Especially for like the pilot, to get him out to paint him. But I'll cross that bridge. Yeah, there's an actual pilot in there. Like, I don't know how well I can zoom this. But yeah, you got the pilot, you got the cockpit. He's even got a little flight stick whose hands are at. Because it's 1/72nd scale, so the pilot's a reasonable size. There's actually stickers or water slides for like some of the instrument panels. I should decide not to use it now because I want to paint it eventually. Which is probably why I'm using the clear canopy as well, so the dust doesn't get in there. Pretty cool. I mean, the Star Wars kit has to be painted. You need to have it look dirty. Even though it comes with like tons of stickers and stuff. Like all the markings in that. Well, I probably would still use the water slides for like the squadron markings on the wings. Unless I make stencil. LEDs? Oh god, no, probably not. I wouldn't know how to do it. I mean, there's a little port here, I guess, for the action base. That'd probably be the best way to kind of drill into the main body. So, theoretically, I mean, I don't think it's large enough to put LEDs in it, really. As someone who's more experienced could definitely do it. You know, like bring a wire in through there. Maybe have a tiny, just put some wires going into the cockpit stuff. But nah, I think it's too small. Oh shit, I tried something. I never filed this little bit here. I missed a nub on the main shell. Shit. Oopsie. Oh, wireless LEDs. Yeah. I don't really have experience with LEDs, so nothing I'll do. A larger kit, probably, yeah. I think if I had an X-Wing that was even bigger than this, I would definitely do lights. But I suppose there is that, like, I don't remember what it is. There's like a magazine where you had like a bit, was it the Agostini or whatever? And they do like the parts series where you like build up an X-Wing week by week in the magazine. I think calculates like a 2,000 quid model end of it. I'm glad I can still access this bit to file this little bit I missed. Because I was looking where the panel I'm about to put in goes, and like, oh, wait a minute, I've missed a bit. Yeah, it's hidden enough. I'm forgetting which panels are which. That's that one. That's that. Okay. A YouTube video where someone DIY wireless LED. Ooh. I need to look up some like tutorials stuff. Even once I finish building this, I probably won't paint it for a while. But I've got a step-by-step guide on how improving the environment in here to make painting possible. Just take a while. Get through all the steps. I clear some things out here. I have a plan. A partial plan. Okay, I have like a part of a plan. I would really love as well the perfect grade Millennium Falcon, which is the same scale as this. Also, the Falcon's a lot bigger, so I think it has an LED option. Actually, so does even the 1/44 scale Falcon have LEDs potentially? Because it's large enough to have an LED box in it. Yeah, the perfect grade Falcon. I feel like the last time I saw that kit on sale, it was like a 300 quid or something. Just like, ah, yes. This part's going to here. Is that right? Yes, I do. Pretty sure, like, let's have a look. I've seen the Falcon not so long ago. There was. I love how I just looked at like Star Wars and like Lobby Frontline. It's like, unless it's the rival kit, everything's sold out. They don't. Bandai's not currently reprinting. The Vidge Boy last stream. I'm trying to remember which video was last stream or not. I'm losing track. Which channel was that again? Was it the one of memes? I definitely watched that. Oh, it's not. Well, yeah, that's funny how that works surprisingly well. Oh yeah. Ah, yeah. So the perfect grade Millennium Falcon, which is 1/72nd, same scale as this, was 380 euros. Obviously, it just sold out pretty much everywhere now. So, ouch. I didn't imagine used to have them as well. Comments for gold. I imagine they're pretty hilarious. Can't see past my light. There we go. Wait a minute. This is my song, right? What? I feel like the Bandai Star Wars kits probably won't get reprinted anytime in the foreseeable future, unfortunately. So if you can find them, grab them. I was actually fortunate. So like I went into my local Forbidden Planet. Well, I'll say local. It's in the nearest city. And like I was just going through, like counting some time, like, oh, they have the X-Wing physically in stock. I was like, there's 2 of them. Grab. Get one. One of the few times where I've just walked in the store and bought something on impulse. I was just killing time. They happened to have it there, and I'm like, okay, I'm having that. I've also got the TIE Fighter. Build some point. Yeah, I mean, I see an X-Wing model kit. I'm like, you're mine. You know, there's actually other kits when I popped in there and had a look. There's Thunderbirds kits nowadays. I'm like, I want a Thunderbird 2. But I haven't bought one yet. I've seen one where it's like Thunderbird 1 and launch being like, urge to buy very high. You know, that's probably where my love of models started. Watching Thunderbirds as a kid, because it's models, actual physical models in the TV show. It was interesting as a kid, like Thunderbirds, right? I had no clue that kit was made in the 60s. I thought it was new as a kid. I was like, what? No, there's no way this is old. Was my famous there? Yeah, I feel like outside of the UK, Thunderbirds is not as well known. What I still find amazing about the Thunderbirds live action movie, right? That was directed by Jonathan Frakes. You know, Commander Riker from Star Trek. Well, one of my little fun facts I love is like, the Commander Riker made the Thunderbirds movie. I love him even more. Like, I know the Star Wars lore cause like spaceships. Yep, spaceships always good. You know that guy in the Lego movie who's going spaceship. That's me. It's totally me. Why I'm surprised I don't have more spaceship model kits. Well, I do have my collection of Star Trek little small ones. Back when the Eagle Moss magazine was going. I actually have a Revel model kit of Voyager that I got with my birthday many, many years ago. But due to the size of it, I've never built it. Because I'll say it's going to be... I can't remember what scale it is. But it's kind of big. And I've never had the space to build it. That's one of my holy grail kits to build and paint at some point. Because I have it and it's been sitting there for probably over a decade at this point. I think there's also like a D'Agostini like parts build thing as well, where it was the Enterprise D, and like if only I had that much money per month, you know? Because those kits are like, those ones are like magazine ones, are like build piece by piece. The individual magazine price for each week doesn't sound much, but considering you're paying it monthly for 4 weeks, is like, costs a lot of money over time. Oh, the Enterprise D Galaxy class. Thanks D'Agostini, I think. I'm pretty sure that they do like parts kits things, or like they're really large kits. They had one of the X-Wing as well, where like it's a part kit thing. So like weekly magazine, there's your parts. But by the time, oh, I'm sorry, I'm bouncing between topics probably. So there is like I think it's called D'Agostini. There's a company that do model kits, but as like a parts build magazines. Yeah, magazine kits. Are they, I guess that's maybe not a thing where you are. But like, you'd have a magazine that comes out and it comes with parts for a model kit, and obviously each week there'd be another magazine and you get more parts for your kit. Nowadays they don't really seem to have them physically in stores, so now it's like you sign up and then you pay a monthly fee at the website, and then they'll send you the 4 issues at one time, because it's, you know, weekly things. So that's fair. I suppose model kits are like ingrained in British society as well. But like you'd have like, back in the day you'd have a weekly model kit parts, but nowadays you're like, oh, you pay your subscription for a month. They'll send you 4 issues at a time, rather than just one at a time. And then of course over the course of like 2 years you would build this massive kit. Well, when you break down how much it costs when you're done, I've been looking at ones like the Enterprise D or like the X-Wing on a much larger scale. And I think there's also one that's like a half scale R2-D2 as well. But like, once you're finished with every issue, you've put down like $2,000. Like £2,000 to build a model kit. Obviously that comes because it comes pre-painted parts and LEDs and stuff. So yeah, I get that. But still, that is a redonkulous price. When you consider the size of the thing. Oh yeah, it's like a massive kit. And you know what? Let's see if I can find this. I might have spell it. Go. D'Agostini. Ooh. The Lotus Rhino, nice. Hello, cookies. Oh, again, from Space Station now? Nice. I don't think they've got the old ones anymore. Oh, there's Enterprise D. Start this amazing adventure for only $1.95. Yeah. $1.95 for your first episode? Yeah, with 3D printing, you can do whatever you want. Oh yeah, so this Enterprise D one, oh, that's actually die-cast, not plastic? Okay, that explains a lot. I'm gonna link this in chat. one of those, like, if I had the money, I absolutely would. 70 centimeters long. Made from die-cast metal. Working lights and engines and LEDs. Has also separation. Yeah, the magazine, I think, has the parts and instructions and, like, yeah, like behind the scenes, like, it has design stuff behind the episodes and things. It's like, if you really love something, it's definitely something to get. But good God, they're expensive. Oh, only £1 more per issue. You can get reflective, like, oh, high quality binders. One of these things are like, yeah. How much is it per month? The first package costs only $1.95. The second package costs you $35.97, $36. Each package thereafter is, yeah, your first package, £2. Your second package, £36. Each package thereafter, £48. Is that per month? $120 sample stages and 31 magazines. 31 magazines. First package contains 2 assembly stages. Okay. Each monthly package thereafter contains 4 assembly stages. Yeah, so okay, so £48 a month. Which sounds like a ridiculous amount. Gets you 4 magazines per month. Right? There's 31 magazines. Actually, okay, so you're getting less than a year. Okay, maybe. Wait, how much is that? Where's my float? One of the things I just want to calculate it. I just did a gunpla. Oof. They do like licensed like stuff and all that. I know there's in the X-Wing. My calculator. Okay. So take away that first magazine. Take away that. Okay, so let's see. Take away the first. $326 times. Wait, did I calculate it right? Plus 35 for the first month, or second month rather. Plus your first issue. You want to know how much that Enterprise would cost? £1,284, or right up to 85 pounds. And of course you get the premium officer an extra £1 more per issue. So an extra 30 on top of that. You're talking about £1,300 over the course of like a year. To which I guess, hey, yeah, fuck that. I mean, when it's a massive die-cast kit with working lights, like the premium product, but it's like, over the course of like that's the course of that. Honestly, that's the course of not even a full year. Nuts. Like you're spending like £50 a month on the kit. Kind of crazy. So would I, if I could throw away 50 quid a month on just one model kit? I had to stop myself there going, £50 a month. I do spend at least 30 on Gunpla each month. Because I'm always buying at least one kit. Actually, I could. The cogs are turning in my head. If I could technically, potentially afford that, if I was smart about it. Oh no. Brain. But I wouldn't be able to buy any other model kits, so nah. Figurines are coming in India, but they're playing it safe for DC Marvel movies. Or pandemic caused kits stopping. Yeah, it sucks. So gonna milk into us for a month, yeah. Buy a 3D printer and spend £50 a month in filament resin. Yeah. Yeah, but you don't get the LEDs and stuff as well. Also, that thing's die cast, so metal versus fragile plastic. But it's like one of those, like, if you had the money kind of things, it's something you get. It's really aimed at like model makers who, when you built models as a kid. That's true. Good thing cheap. But I think that kind of product is aimed at people who built models as a kid, but don't really do it as often now. And so, you know, buy these premium massive products. They can still feel like they're building a kit from. Still feel like they're building a kit. You step, you know, week by week. But obviously, smaller chunks, because like people who are like busy nowadays, they're an adult, they're busy, so they want a premium product. It's like, yeah, it's definitely aimed for, like, you know, certain people. Paying 90% of that in license, maybe not license 90%, but a good chunk of it. But would I love to have that? Yes, I would. I would love to have a massive Enterprise D that is 70 centimeters long. It has working LEDs. And it's pre-painted. And when you break it down, it starts to make more and more sense. Oh no. But I'd rather like spend, hey, I spent 50 quid. And look, I have one model kit. A whole model kit. Complete 1/72 scale kit. I sure have to paint this thing or use the decker rail or port slides. But I have a full kit. Enterprise D, Enterprise D. I mean, it's more of a, if you have that in your collection, you're waving around your. Hey, look how much money I spent on one piece of your collection. It'll be a flex until Nipping Pet jumps and knocks over. Ooh. Yeah. Have you ever seen, sometimes there's a post going around every so often, like Facebook or Twitter and that, where it's one guy's collection of like tons of things, and apparently a nephew or something was allowed in the room when he wasn't there, and then destroyed several grand's worth of stuff. And it's just like, ooh, oh no. Milk and toast for your life and instant noodles. Live the college lifestyle. Or like you see those like statues or that is built from Lego, and then a child just goes boop, and you see it collapse and you go, That's someone's entire life for like a year just destroyed in an instant. On TikTok of a 7-8-year-old standing on a chair looking at a big Lego set shelf and display, holding the shelf. Jumps to the chair, pulls the shelf and several grand Lego at the deck. Yep, that's the kind of thing. Those are the videos where you're just like, you see it and you just feel the pain. Of the person who put those together and the person who has to clean them up. Podcast clip where one of the hosts explains how they started playing with their older bro's Gunpla. Oh, ad. You got a beating.
Reporting for duty.
Ooh, God. One startled me even though I know it's there. Hey, Toji Haggis, thank you so much for the follow. One of those moments where I forgot I changed it to that, the alert. Posture and hydration? I mean, my posture is relatively okay. I mean, I'm slightly leaning to one side, but I'll hydrate as soon as I get this part on. Alright, on this side this time.
Do it.
Do it. Okay, I'll do it. The alerts are so much fun. Do the posture check. Yeah. I'm T-posing to third dominance. There's a point in time where I wish I had hand tracking. Because when I'm posture checking, I can just T-pose. Look, my posture is fine. T-pose. Assert your dominance. It's a good way to reset your shoulders. Oh, there we go. W said it nice. You're saying great minds. Now I'm sitting up straight. You know what probably doesn't help with the posture? So this is me sitting straight. You see how far the camera is off center? Because this desk is shit for this type of thing. I mean, I could scooch over here, but here's the thing. When you're young, you're like, oh, that desk looks nice. Nice glass desk. It's got a nice curve in it. It looks kind of cool. Then you years later, you go, that was a dumb thing. Goodbye, because it's very impractical. I like blurb for sound alerts and give it clips and play them back. The streamer has it up. Great for having streamers listening to their own words out of context. Oh, interesting. Also, like having clips of me beating alerts. I've been using sound alerts and like I only discovered like the other week, oh, I can actually add GIFs to them, which is why I changed the follow one. Also changed the raid one as well, but that one hasn't gone off yet. Oh, doggos. The doggo has a walk in from his slumber. Oh, uh-oh. Route. Hmm. Oh, I think we're back. Hiccup. This is why I record my streams as well. Not just stream it, because every so often they do break. And it's a lot easier having a recording than having to just stitch together a stream archive after I download it. I'm going to refresh myself as well. Sometimes after it reconnects, it gets out of sync on the preview window. Oh, there's a dog down the street barking, and Luna's barking back at them. Naturally. As the dogs do. Boo. Alright. Things are back to normal now. The random hiccup. Yeah, whenever a stream dies, like, instant reaction is to check your own internet first. Like, oh no, did I lose internet, or the streamer, or things though, like the music which had come off of Press of Rocks was still playing, and like the chat was still going, so it was just Twitch hiccuping. Or maybe it was Streamlabs hiccuping. Could be either or. But refreshing is also a good idea as well, because it might be slightly out of sync now. View stop for you? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's playing in my area via internet. Also, it would stop if the transmission stopped. Of course, that means my download speed is fine, but the upload speed could be hiccuping. Pop this little bit in here. There we go. It is weird how it's like they've got these red parts, but like that's the only color separation is these red bits on the sides of the fuselage. Everything else is like stickers or warspline. Oop. I think Twitch is having issues today. Notice a few streamers watch go from HD to 360p and then back to HD again. When is Twitch not having issues? It's more the thing. I know there's also an issue like with some of the bigger streamers I've watched where randomly their viewer count would just die and go to like the 0. Even though there's like hundreds of people still watching them. It's like, I know that was a bug going around for a while. And we got the canopy. Bots? No, I mean just talking about large streamers in general. There was a bug apparently, or like even like big name streamers. It was a well-known bug on Twitch's side. Like it would just dump half the people watching, and then like they'd have to obviously rethink it. I think it's a bug they fixed though. It was like I think late last year or early this year, kind of when it happened. Apparently it was a thing for a while. That's not great. That pinged away. This being a clear part is kind of difficult to see things. The other part definitely needs, painted because obviously it's clear for the canopy. Of course, you can have the canopy, it's just the frame, correct color. But technically speaking, the canopy is not even the correct color. It's on the runner by itself, but the canopy is darker gray on an X-Wing. Not the same color as the main body, it's a darker gray. I suppose that depends on which X-Wing. Some of them have slightly different colors. Like I remember finding a thing once with like a breakdown of all the different color variations between all the different X-Wings in like A New Hope. And it's like some of them like were quite different. I think one of them actually had a yellowish canopy. It's also funny that once you know all the different game applications and markings of each of the X-Wings, you realize when you're watching the Death Star battle how many times they show the wrong X-Wing on screen. Like it's meant to be Luke doing a barrel roll and it shows you Red 2 instead. Editing errors. At least with TIE Fighters, you can't make that mistake because they look all the same. Bum, 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 bum. trying to make sure the clear is clear again. Even though I'm going to be painting over it. But yeah. Didn't realize there was many ships in the Star Wars universe. I played X3, X4 with the Star Wars mod. Oh, yes. The X universe games, the Star Wars mods and those, because they've got so many. Because there's, outside the movies, there's so many variants from Legends and stuff. Because obviously, just from what we see on screen, X-Wing, A-Wing, Y-Wing, B-Wing, TIE Fighter, TIE Advance, TIE Interceptor, TIE Bomber. At least in the original movies. Also the Falcon. So most of the Empire side, when it comes to things like that, they're always fleshed out from Legends. Because there's not as many stuff in canon currently. So that seems to be getting slowly rectified. Like how the interdictor ships are now canon, thanks to Rebels. And there's was it a Raster frigate or whatever, cruiser that we saw in Andor. When I like, it was just mostly massive tractor beams on it. There's actually one that has kind of reused concept art for the Star Destroyer. The thing I really love is like when a piece of concept art wasn't used in the movies originally, but then gets reused for like an alternate ship in the future. I think that's cool. Like concept art, like, oh, we didn't use it, but then it gets reused later. Like how the very first concept art for the Stormtroopers, they've reused it in the Bad Batch for the first iteration of the Stormtrooper armor. Which I think is really awesome. Born to Star Trek and Wars, fair. His last boyfriend didn't like Star Wars. He'd like to make me suffer with lore dumps occasionally. Everyone loves a lore dump. Now, I'm not sure if this lore is still accurate, but did you know that the T-65 X-Wing Starfighter by Income Corporation was originally pitched to the Empire as a space superiority fighter, and they rejected it? This was meant to be an Imperial ship. Or maybe, well, I suppose because in lore now, I suppose like the Arc 170, which you saw in episode 3, the predecessor of this. There's like loads of ships. They're like, hey, Galactic Empire, Republic. You work with Republic? I'm going to work with Empire. And the Empire's like, nah, you're too expensive. We're going to make TIE fighters instead. The Emperor did nothing wrong. I mean, they're you know, Palpatine was legally elected. He just then abused his powers a little bit. Yeah, they were a legitimate government. You know what are you talking about? I have managed to scuff the window there a little bit. I need to clean it up with my polishers in a minute. I don't know if you can hear that. Loud banging noise. Occasionally. I don't think the microphone's picking it up. The problem is you had the window open to the outside world. If there's any background noise, let me know and I'll just close the window. I think the music is probably covering it up anyway. That and like the filter on the microphone, so it'll be fine. Where's that little stick? Where's it? There it is. Well, the canopy got a little tiny bit scuffed. There we go. Repolish the window. I mean, also need to eventually mask that off so I can get paint the frame in. So I was like, I got the one that's just a frame and no glass. If only it was as simple as just going click. Wouldn't that be great? Nah. I can only make it so big. Right. So this goes down to this part. The hinge. And then this, then on top of this. There's your very clear canopy. Of course, will definitely require painting or using either thicker water slides to get the frame around it. Did I grab the stickers for a second? You can see all this kind of navy-ish gray. This parts for the frame.
Do a barrel roll!
Jesus! That was louder than I thought it should be. Barrel! Ah! No, technically speaking, a barrel roll isn't this. It is this. You would, in reality, a barrel roll, because that's just an aileron roll. A barrel roll, you kick in the rudder on a real plane. And so when you're doing the aileron roll, you kick the rudder around and it causes you to slow down as well. You could do an actual barrel shape. Little fun fact. Also, thank you for the 5 bits. Much appreciated. Feels like a barrel roll in aerial combat is designed to slow you down a bit, as well as being evasive, so you can get behind the person in a dogfight. There you go, that's advanced knowledge for you. The difference between a barrel roll and an aileron roll. Where are we? Down here now. And on this part, down here, pattern A is for Luke and pattern B is for someone else. I need to A runner, B runner. We'll grab the A runner and get the parts from that, and then we'll grab the B runner as well. What do we need from the A runner? We need the back panel, number 14. Lost all these good ones. We're getting off the runner. Got number here and 17 is this bit here. And then we need to choose between number pattern A or pattern B. Oh, I didn't realize that. So where is it? Where's B1? Oh, where? I need to grab this part anyway. While I'm at it. Number 22. Grab the 3 runners. On this, we have 2 nose cones, one pointing up and the one pointing straight. This one is for Luke's X-Wing, and that one is for like probably Wedge or whatever. Are you heading off, Mecca? No worries. You have a good day. / evening. Yeah, it's evening for you, yeah. Like this little bit here is like pattern A, or pattern A that way around, pattern B that way around, opposite direction for like looks or like wedges. And number 4 for Luke's nose cone. Like they have the options because like Bandai's like, yeah, there's slight variations in the X-Wing design, so we'll throw in a couple extra parts so that you can make the version you want. Well, like simultaneously saying, this is specifically the one for Luke. These other ones sometimes appear in optional. Then I guess that's up to us at that point to go, hey, this one has the same engine as Luke, has a different nose cone. Put this part on first, actually. I'm going to put this part on first then. Actually, no, I'm going to sample this thing part altogether first. That'd be easier. Crimp the edge of that a little bit. I can sand that back to normal, it's fine. Just bump the microphone at the light. Fine. And down here, where's the other bit? There it is. Yeah, that snub was on raised detail. That's not great. I'll be very gentle with it. That's fine. Cool. And like that. Oh no. Nope, don't go under my cutting mat. There we go. Alright, a little bit of filing on here. Just a little bit. So it's the right way around, which is down. Yep. A bit at the top here as well. Alright, so for looks 1, which is pattern A, want this part pointing downwards. Good. With those like wedges or whatever, that's all the way around. That part. I guess one of those little parts where like between making different ones, like so some of them will have point downwards, some point upwards. I like that little bit of knowledge you learn. interesting that you have this detail here, right? And this is going to slide in over it. Bye-bye, detail. Also, there's the gap for the R2 unit. Slides back a little bit. For the R2 unit to go in. And this goes on top of here. Locks that in place, but also leaves that free to slide. Have to pop this off right to slide. Why not do the R2 in it first? That's the back of that on. Nose cone. Yeah, you get like a little R2 and or a little R4. It's like a wee, also not a full thing. It's like a wee generic looking astromech shape for the body. And there's like 2 heads to choose from. So if you want R2D2 or a different one. Or it's like round head versus square head. R2K9, yeah, you know, you can call it whatever you want. Because obviously you'd have to paint it because, well, I think it comes with water slides as well. But one of those things where you're like, yeah, it's going to be required detail painting. But Bandai did make an R2D2 model kit as well. I think it was like 1/12 scale. One with 3PO. Like, I wish I could get my hands on those because they look great. Nice and smooth nose. That's not perfect looking. It's like the gates are here and like here, like right at the tip of the raised bit. It's somewhat difficult to get it smooth. It feels smooth. Like my finger across it though. goes the nose cone. I'm gonna hide the lovely little sensor dish, which is actually the peg to put on. Oh, the little point in the end is where it plugs into. Mort. That is an X-Wing, pretty much. Still need to put on the actual laser cannons. And then the landing gear, the droid. This is one of those scenarios where maybe using the plane nippers might be better. With a cut really close to the object. Thankfully, these are all identical. That roll off too. Yes. This is going to be a difficult one to tidy up. do is I'll sand all 4 of them and then attach them. That was fine. All right, so on both of these. Let's go with that. Because there's another on both ends of the semicircle part. One done. Like they do have like a specific shape on there, so that they won't like twist or anything. Just go pop in and they'll be lined up correctly. Love that. Two of them ready. Didn't take too long. Fix them up. Oh, that one's not cut as cleanly as it could be. Getting warm. I'm not looking forward to summer getting even warmer because this is May. That's already 20-ish degrees. Ugh. Not nice. Number 3. Last laser gun. Or, yeah, laser. Let's get these wing lasers on. We pretty much have an X-Wing now. Oh, the tips are kind of drifting towards each other a little bit. Yeah, the tip of the laser guns are a little wonky. Looking good. All right, to flip the page over. Continue to number 9. Where's number 9? There we go. There we go. Yeah, you have to literally pull the back off to get the astromech in. And then we get landing gear? Yeah. God, I love the X-Wings design. Right, Sea Runner. Or R2D2, yeah. Or that would mean there's 2 of these things. There's 2 Sea Runners. So you could make 2 R2 units. Hey, Cav, how you doing? Little R2 head. R2D2, it is you, it is you. You know, his R2 has those little kind of like eye things, sensors. If you're not careful, they almost look like their nubs waiting to be cut off. They're not. And R2. Now you had nubs. They're like super fine ones. I'm just gonna use the more polishy looking one. Don't accidentally take up any material. I don't need to. Oh, there's a spare head. Which I needed. So that faces backwards, and where's R2's face? Where's R2's face? The little R2D2. Now I need to pop off the back of this. I honestly think they should probably make that do that step first before putting this on, but let's just slide that back. I guess that's so you can swap out the R2 unit, I guess. And this locks into there. And then that slides back in place to lock them in place. And then you put the back panel back on again. At least it comes off easily. So now we need the landing gear. Because you have this option for just closing it over. I think I'm going to get the landing gear for now, actually. Oh, you can do that to cover up the action base adapter. You can do all that if you want to have parts. Thingy-majig. Like the landing gear. Have it closed over, have it in flight. Have all the landing gear, the doors open and stuff. A lot more parts doing this way. Do I want it in flight or do I want to do the landing gear now? The canopy does not stick down very well. As I can. Open up the X-Wings. Yeah, I'm gonna just put it on the display base for now. I think I'll cover up the panels with the landing gear. And I might do the landing gear later. But right now I want it on display base. We're on this one. One's only a runner, I'll rest on this. I like you have options though. Always nice. And the runner. Number 25. Or alternatively, you got the hatches there for the open version. There's suspension, landing foot, and doors for opening the bay. Also, there's two of these runners for because there's two engines. Oh, the spare R2 headed though. You use for anything, I guess. This BR2 needs to be painted and then a game played where you hide them around the house so you don't hello. Little tiny R2 and find R2D2. That reminds me of like something something someone used at work. I used to hide like a Lego minifigure around work. And see who would find it. So, it's a good option. I could easily try and hand paint the other R2 while that one's still sitting in there and swap them out afterwards. Be sure that it's the right way around. You can pop that in backwards. Then you push here, pops it up, and grab it. Flop out. Pretty handy. Just make sure you push here and make sure it's on. And you push here, so oops, it's gonna lose. It is kind of a loose patch, I'll be honest. A rather loose fit, because obviously it's meant to be popped back out. That's fine. Careful, doesn't randomly pop out anytime. And that is this way around. That may be more difficult to get off compared to the landing gear. Oh, Luna barking at the window. As she does. You think something's annoyed her? all the engines hidden. Oh, landing gear hidden. The link is open. There we go. Yeah. Right, let's get the action base, which is a piece of the Death Star. Is it that way? No. The left is out the back still. Probably easier to just put it with my knife. Alright, I'll store the stickers in here with the water slides. Stickers behind the water slides. Keep them there. And then this is the action base stuff. You got the display base for the X-Wing to stand on. And then you've got the Death Star exhaust port for the fire and the proton torpedoes. Which is just a neat touch. I know the A-Wing literally comes with a turbo laser tower. I definitely need to grab that. If I can. Even something as simple as this, alright? Do a gunk wash on that and that'd be cool. Perfect. What do I need else for this? Got the base, got the arm. Jump between one of 3 positions. Choose either C or SWB5. Oh, okay, so there's a part just to cover the gap. That's what it's talking about, okay. I was like, wait, what are you on about? Why would I need that? It's like, okay. If you don't want to use armor and just want to, if you just want a piece of Death Star, like if you've got multiple of these, then yeah. I'm pretty sure the Y-Wing comes with the same base part as well, just not the exhaust port. I don't know, I can't remember. I love they all come with Death Star parts. Or at least like Imperial infrastructure for them to interact with. I think the T-70 X-Wing, the one from The Force Awakens, that comes with like a piece of water below it or desert or something instead. Same with like the 1/44 scale Millennium Falcons, yeah, with different bases to reflect where it was in that particular film. Cool. I love this. I love that so much. Exhaust port. Also, the fact is, this reinforces the fact is, the exhaust port wasn't at the end like that. It was like this on the ground. That's why you see the torpedoes in the movie arc into it. It's not going straight. If it was like that, they could have just fired a blank shot. That's why they go like, oh, it impacted on the surface. It didn't go in. Because there's an exhaust port literally at the pole, pointing upwards. Why not just come straight down? I don't know. Probably too much laser fire. Ah. Well, I actually have the very tiny Death Star too. It's... So there's like a wee small Death Star, like this sort of size, I think. Like the hand size, Death Star 2. I believe its scale is 1/1,000,000th. For the comparison, I've got the Super Star Destroyer hiding over here. So the Super Star Destroyer is apparently 1 to 100,000th scale. Also very dusty. But then the Death Star is 1 to 1,000,000th scale because it's it's a small moon. And you have no idea how small you think about it. And you say, that's no moon, that's a space station. It's a small moon. It's like, do you know how tiny the Death Star is compared to our moon? You wouldn't even see it. Or you would barely see it. If it was where our moon is. It'd be more comparable to call it an asteroid. In scale to reality. Still think it's mind-blowing that all the planets of our system can fit between Earth and Moon. Yeah, that is going to think is if you tilt, obviously tilt Saturn so its rings aren't in the way. So like all the planets, all the major planets, if you just take away the rings, or like tilt it so the rings aren't, horizontal, then yeah, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus would fit between Earth and the Moon and still have a little bit of space. A tiny bit. Just to show how far away the moon is. And it's slowly getting further away. Millions of years ago, it would have been a lot closer. There will be a point in time where the moon drifts far enough away that an eclipse will no longer happen. I mean, that's millions of years away. But eventually it will happen, where there will be no more eclipses. Because it doesn't block out the sun fully. I think millions of years ago, the eclipse used to be completely total, as in it blocked all light, not even the aura around it would have been there. It's crazy to think about. Also, fun to remember, I think it's one of Jupiter or one of Saturn's moons. It looks like the Death Star. It's got like a big crater. It looks like the dish. remember which one it is. There's one that looks like the Death Star. Pretty cool. Face is big and scary. So this part goes. Where is this going again? Like that. Okay. That slots into. Ah, okay. That's why there's notches for it to lock into. Makes sense. And then this part goes. Also, oh, sweet. I see. There's like multiple notches for you to put into. Notch that there, so it's like a slight angle. And then you could notch it forward so it's kind of flying down, or you could notch it backwards so it's flying up. Me likey. Right, and then this just slots into here. Yeah. And then we take the X-Wing. And we just pop in a little port. Now that's a dynamic pose right there. So it's got like 3 notches in both axes. And of course you can obviously slightly rotate it on the peg, probably. Depending on what angle you put it into it. There you go. I've got it tilted back and tilted to the left. So it gets like a pulling up pose. So yeah, that's the X-Wing technically finished being built. There is, of course, still the stickers / water slides as well. But I would definitely prefer to paint it, I think. I mean, the water slides, the stickers are like stickers. So the water slides seem quite nice, like especially some of the parts, like the little wrap around one of the laser cannons, which of course right now are squint. That's why the squint, because the bit behind is wobbly. Some parts might need glued just to stop them wobbling. Plus, you got all the markings in that for the wings. That's good to have, and all the different colorations stuff. But then you've got like parts like this, which are water slides that goes on top of something that's already there. Kind of. I think I definitely would prefer to paint it. But the problem with that is, well, one, I have to take it apart again. Especially for the cockpit and the pilot. That canopy does not want to click in place properly. The canopy does open up. It doesn't want to stay down in the canopy. I feel like once it's like painted, it might be a bit thicker, so it might hold it better. But yeah, I would definitely want to paint it. I mean, there's like water slides for like R2 and like other droid. The markings for the head and stuff. There's a bunch of them I would use, but like when it comes to like the main color stuff, I don't think I would. The markings probably, yeah. So theoretically, I could essentially try and turn the sticker into like a guide for masking tape. Like stick it on top of some masking tape and cut out where I need. In theory. Or I could just use water slice. Either or. Just smash it away for a second. Flip the page. Oh, there's the landing gear as well as an option. You want to use it? We have the decal guide as well. But it also has all the markings, all the decal markings, as well as the like paint as well. There's the main gray body, light gull gray with a tiny bit of black, red, russet with red, black parts, which of course are the tips of these. I don't know why they didn't, include color accurate, engine parts. The same for like this part up here. This part up here, behind R2, that, and plus the thruster ends are the same color. Hell, it doesn't even have all of paint stuff technically, because it doesn't show you kind of that off bluey gray of the cockpit paneling there. Like the engines are pretty much are the same color. These parts, they're just like much more weathered because there's a lot of detail there. And like these images, it's hard to see the inside of the wing. I'm pretty sure on the inside of the wing, I'm not sure how accurate that can be seen. But also the inside of the engine parts, like in between there, they would also probably be like probably a more metallic color. Well, I think silver parts, it says silver. I don't really see silver. Yeah, I can see it there. It's kind of like silver on the engine inside part. And squadron markings and all. See, I'd like to, definitely would like to just go over it all. You know, prime it, paint the main paint job. Just get all the base colors and then use the water slides for like the markings and stuff. Is what I think I want to do. But really, especially for the base paint and the everything, and I'd have to get the pilot out of there as well. I'll say that's the thing I'm gonna have to do, right? Is I'd have to get the pilot out, which means disassembling the whole upper part of the ship. That works better if I just play the back bit. There's like so much I need to paint. But the water slides can only do so much. They're great for all the markings and color variations. But it's the big bulky colors. Also, I realized I didn't actually trim the nubs off the display base. Hang on. I just noticed I didn't trim the nubs off the base. Stupid. Fine. Really won't notice. There we go. See, I'll find that. But yeah, there's a lot of detail I want to do on this. This is definitely one of those things where I'll come back to it when I have my airbrush set up and then do the painting for it. But it's not something I can do anytime soon. So it's kind of in its current state, it's done, air quotes. And I'll come back to it in future once I have my airbrush naps again. And then I can do a full paint job of it. Sure, I could try and, rattle cans for primer and then hand paint, but I think I would prefer use the airbrush for the bulk of it, not as like hand paint details. And all the weathering will be so much fun. This is something I would definitely want to do on stream, because right now I could definitely not do my airbrush on stream. It's not even in this room currently, so. But in future, I've got a few things to do to get the room organized, and then I can potentially get a wee side desk near the window, or even like a desk that extends like my PC setups on one side of it, and the second side of it I can just like swing my microphone around. So it's honestly on an arm, and then I'm at my crafting area, and I could have the camera and that set up permanently. These are goals that I have. They will take time to achieve. But for the time being, the X-Wing's kind of done. And it is a fantastic looking model. Like the actual, just the model itself is fantastic. And I love it. And straight away, I want to dig out my TIE Fighter and build that. It's the same sort of thing where the TIE Fighter has both a clear canopy like this, unpainted without the frame painted, or a solid frame, colored, but doesn't have any glass in it. So it's supposed to the TIE Fighter would be more color accurate, because for the most part, it's only two colors. I think there's a slight variation for the cockpit canopy and the inside for the pilot stuff. But I think the TIE Fighter is certainly less colors to it. And look at the one here. I could paint, honestly, the black on the panels and the canopy, and that pretty much would be correct. I should really paint this one at some point. So I guess the next model kit we'll work on will probably jump back to maybe working on either, because we still have to finish, because the Origin Gundam high grade. We've got the entire upper body, including the arms done, and the backpack and stuff. So I probably need to rebuild that, get the legs done, maybe the weapons as well. You know, the rifle and shield. The backpack's done already, so it's... Then of course that needs panel lining, any extra detail paints, like crotch V, which needs a touch up because the sticker sucks. And decals and panels. There's also Metal Gear Rex. You need to finish that. We got the whole lower body done, and as well as the main center torso. So I've got the cockpit / head, the backpack missile pod, and of course then the railgun and the radome attached to that. But I think that build will take a lot. We'll have less to do than we've done, because the legs took forever on Metal Gear Rex. Now the legs are done, the main body's done. I feel like that build's going to get a lot easier. Of course, I'm still paneling it as I build it. And then in future, I might decide to paint the camel pattern on it, but for now, no. I'll just keep it as the one-tone gray. Well, yeah, like two-tone. This crease I made because I had to fold it for this small desk. This is from 2017, this kit. It's pretty good. Anyway, I also really want to go get myself a Y-Wing and an A-Wing. And a B-Wing. And a TIE Advanced. And a TIE Interceptor. I want them all. I want all of these kits, which I know Bandai don't reprint them too often. I think Gundam Mad still had a couple in stock. Maybe not the X-Wing, but I think they had a Y-Wing. That's when I looked. So I may go pick that up soon, if they still got it. That'd be nice to have. And hopefully Bandai will issue some of these kits as well at some point. Because I want them. What about Hobbyland Japan? If Hobbyland Japan has it, then of course that probably means there's reprints coming, right? Sci-fi festival kits. Wait. Let's see, I'm trying to see this. Oh, great. Hang on. Star Wars. Oops. Star Wars. And we want manufacturer. Bandai. Category. There's some. I'm trying to. No, wait, just recess the window. Easier. Oh no. I'm trying not to tilt my head. always find out. Where's the scale? Scale. Probably not in stock anymore, like. Probably not. They haven't reprinted in a while, these kits. That sucks. I hope they do. Otherwise, I suppose you can go via Rebel. Rebels are just not quite as good. I should get an actual Rebel kit and compare it. For comparison's sake. But I am quite happy with the kit. I look forward to actually the painting process. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Why is it wobbling so much? Well, they moved you a little bit. Damn. Sensitive much? Right, as for right now, I guess could maybe go on a raid. We're just wrap it up for today. Those news, those ads that are gonna pop up. Let's have a look. Whom we could potentially raid. I feel like I'm finishing normally earlier than normal. A little bit. Yes, I did build this relatively quickly, and I have not done like any details on it, so that's probably why. Let's see. Most of the people who are streaming right now are in other languages, so it's always awkward if you read someone who, doesn't understand what you're saying and you don't understand what they're saying. It'd be a little awkward. Let's see. Let's see. Friendos who are online. Let's just look model kits in general. No. We'll look for all of Makers and Crafting, shall we? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, when's the next stream? Next stream Sunday. Gonna start Homeworld 3. Yes, I'm behind. But we only finished Homeworld 2 on Tuesday? Yeah. I forget what day I was on there. I'll say Homeworld 3 came out on Monday. Or Friday if you had bought the thingy edition. So I'm like full on week behind. But still gonna play it. I've unfortunately seen that the Steam reviews are mixed. It's like, I mean, mixed doesn't mean bad. It just means half people who play it didn't like it as much for reasons. What a weird time of day for me. You know what? I think I'll just go raid Space Pirate K. Who's doing Ghost of Tsushima? Why not? Unless I can find someone in the makers and crafting area. I don't want to raid. Nah, we'll just go raid K. Why not? Go raid K. But before we do, don't forget, you can always find me over on Twitter /X or my Discord for the schedule and notifications for going live and stuff. Also, there's of course my archives over on YouTube's. Also, actually, I want to check on Twitter. Okay, the link still works, even though it's now automatically changes the URL to x.com. The URL still works. It still redirects it itself. Good. Because I am not putting like x.com. It's such a dumb name. Because I hit the word X and com together. There's no dot. Just x.com. It's a really great game. I should play it on stream. Name the soldiers after chat. That'd be fun. See how long people live. How people live. Survive. I kind of combined the two together there. Anyway, I think I'll send us over to Space Pirate K. Get my raid message ready. Reinforcements have arrived. Oh. And if you have a sub, you can also use this one. It'd be nice if follower emotes worked on all channels, but they don't, unless you have a sub. Alright, swing over to briefly. There you go. Got mute my desktop audio. And raid channel. Let's see. Oh yeah, hold the raid interface. I forgot how much this changed. Raid. Keep on wallowing. And we'll swing by K, why not? He's a cool dude. Be warned, the game he's playing is rated mature, so be warned. Let's go. And yeah, I'll be back on Sunday with Homo 3 and then Thursday next week. I'll jump back into Soul Tour again and continue that at Sith Warrior we started the other week. Or Revenge of the 5th. And then we'll figure it out from there. What else we're gonna do. Anyway. Have an awesome day. Have an awesome weekend. And I will see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.